Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Gracious God, without you, we are but disappearing dust. Draw near to our senators, for in your presence they find their dignity, destiny, and direction. Lord, breathe into them an awareness of your presence and the saving knowledge that they belong to you. May this awareness inspire them to walk the days of their years in service to you and humanity. Help them to remember that you are changeless, nor is there any variableness in your judgment, mercy, and love. Remind them also that they can depend on you for the vindication of every just cause, the forgiveness of every confessed sin, and the strength for every setback. May they trust you to give them strength to work today for the glory of your name. We pray in your omnipotent name. Amen.
You please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed on H.R. 7148, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 302, H.R. 7148, an act making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. January is National Trafficking and Modern Slavery Prevention Month. For that reason, the senior senator from Nevada and I are introducing a resolution to raise awareness and honor the victims. Every day, victims are trafficked across the world. Each person has a role to play and ought to be vigilant in preventing the vulnerable from becoming victims of trafficking. As chairman of the Judiciary Committee, I'll continue to support legislation like the Working Family Tax Cut law to give law enforcement all the resources it needs to protect people from the scourge of human trafficking. I'll also continue to push legislation like the Senate passed Preventing Child Trafficking Act, which would ensure our federal agency take needed steps to protect in a more better way potential victims. So today, please join me in raising awareness and to those who may be victims. Please know that there are resources available to you. If you're in Iowa, please visit stophtiowa.org, or anytime and anywhere you can text HELP, H-L-P, obviously, HELP to 233-733. I thank the senator from Nevada for joining me in this effort. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Quorum call be suspended.
Objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there's almost nothing parents won't do for their children. From the moment they hand you that little bundle, your whole life becomes about giving them a better life, ensuring that they have every opportunity that you can give them, and setting them up for success. Most often, that starts with a good education. So last year, Republicans set out to support parents and empower them to make the choices they believe are right for their children's future. Mr. President, for decades now, the 529 savings plan has been a powerful tool for parents to save for their kids' education. At first, 529s could only be used for college. But in 2017, Republicans expanded the eligible uses of 529 plans to include K through 12 expenses as well. And in last year's Working Families Tax Cuts, Republicans again expanded 529 plans to include a number of education investments: tutoring, vocational education, homeschool materials, and continuing education. And on top of that, we doubled the amount that you can spend from your 529 account to $20,000 a year. These reforms will help more Americans find success, whether they need a little help getting through algebra or want to pursue a career in the trades. Mr. President, as we mark School Choice Week this week, I also want to note how the Working Families Tax Cut supports scholarships for students who attend the school that best suits them. I'm a proud product of public schools, the son of two public school educators, and both of our daughters graduated from our local high school. Students can get a great education at their public school, and they're a point of pride for many communities. But I also understand that some parents would like to send their child to a school outside of their district, or to a non-public school, or choose to homeschool. My home state has been a leader in offering open enrollment, which allows students to go to the public school of their choice, even if it's not the school closest to home, or to enroll in another school district altogether. South Dakota gets it. But I'm not surprised that we were one of the first states to opt into the scholarship initiative created in the Working Families Tax Cuts, which encourages private support for scholarships that help students cover a variety of education expenses and enable them to take advantage of the type of educational freedom that South Dakotans have long enjoyed. And I'm glad to see that more than 20 states have already pledged to participate in this important initiative to encourage donations to K-12 scholarship funds. Mr. President, our bill doesn't stop there. The Working Families Tax Cuts provided additional funding for Pell Grants and created the Workforce Pell Grant Program, which will support students pursuing shorter-term job training programs that prepare them for in-demand skilled jobs. And then there are our actions tackling the high cost of college degrees. Mr. President, the cost of a college education is out of control, and research suggests that a number of degree programs now have a negative return on investment. The answer isn't throwing more federal dollars at the problem. It's putting downward pressure on tuition and holding schools accountable for the value of the education they provide. And that's what Republicans did last year. We implemented accountability measures to rein in high costs. We also streamlined student loan repayment programs, simplifying the process and providing much-needed clarity to folks repaying their loans. And we ensured that graduates won't have to pay taxes on tuition assistance from their employer, a measure that I introduced and that this bill makes permanent. Mr. President, the education provisions in the Working Families Tax Cuts gives the next generation more opportunities to get ahead and succeed. But before I close, I want to talk about another part of this bill that sets America's next generation up for success, and that's the new Trump accounts. These new investment accounts provide parents with another vehicle to save for their children's future, to invest that money and let it grow over the years. And when those children turn 18, that money, thousands or tens of thousands of dollars, will be tax advantaged and can be used for education, to start a business, or to buy their first home. In short, Mr. President, Trump accounts will help the next generation get a head start on their American dream. And for children born between 2025 and 2028, the government is offering an initial $1,000 investment in Trump accounts. We've also seen similar activities from philanthropists and matching commitments from various companies for their employees. And a number of those initiatives were announced during yesterday's Trump Account Summit at the White House. Mr. President, musician Nicki Minaj was among those at yesterday's summit. She grew up in a housing project in a family that faced its share of financial struggles, and she's now raising her own family. She recently said of Trump accounts, and I quote, "This program will benefit everyone, decreasing the gap for future prosperity between children who traditionally aren't born with a full bank account and children who are," end quote. Mr. President, I hope that parents will take the opportunity to learn more about this option to invest in their children's future. Because the more people learn, the more they'll see the potential to set their children and an entire generation of Americans up for success. Mr. President, a good education is the key to opportunity. It's one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. Thanks to the working families' tax cuts, the next generation will have greater educational freedom and be empowered to seize more opportunities and to find increased success. Our legislation puts our nation's children on a smoother path to achieving the American dream, and it gives a whole generation more opportunities to get ahead. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Democrat leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this is a moment of truth for the United States of America. What the nation witnessed on Saturday in the streets of Minneapolis was a moral abomination. Federal agents shot and killed Alex Pretti, an American citizen, in broad daylight. And it was the second time that agents killed a U.S. citizen in 2 weeks after the tragic killing also of Renee Good. Enough is enough. What ICE is doing outside the law is state-sanctioned thuggery, and it must stop. It is state-sanctioned thuggery, and it must stop. And Congress has the authority and the moral obligation to act. This morning in Minneapolis, Tom Homan, Donald Trump's border czar, held a press conference. He didn't say much of significance, but he did say one thing that was important. Here's what Homan said, quote, "For the people out there who don't like what ICE is doing, if you want certain laws reformed, then take it up with Congress." For the people out there, Homan said, who don't like what ICE is doing, if you want certain laws reformed, then take it up with Congress. I don't agree very much with Mr. Homan, and he's certainly not my choice for someone to lower the temperature in Minneapolis. But he's right in saying the epicenter of change has to be Congress, not the executive branch. And change is desperately needed because the images of masked men beating up people in the streets and shooting American citizens in broad daylight have shocked the conscience. Alex was holding his hand up. He had one hand up and another hand holding, I believe it was, a radio. And they shot him many times. It made every American recoil to see that our law enforcement is doing that to our citizens. It's confounding. Does not look like America, these pictures. Oh, no. And it's been unleashed by Donald Trump and the people under him. Noam, who should be out of there. Thank God they got rid of Bongino. His face, when you saw him, he looked like he was grimacing like a thug. This has got to stop. Congress must step up to the plate. The Republican majority must step up to the plate. Republicans in Congress cannot allow this violent status quo to continue. They must work with Democrats on legislation, real legislation, strong legislation, to rein ICE in. Let me be clear. Democrats are ready to pass 5 bipartisan funding bills in the Senate. We're ready to pass them today. We're ready to fund 96% of the federal government today. But the DHS bill still needs a lot of work. So after meeting yesterday as a caucus, Senate Democrats are united on 3 main goals that will rein in ICE and end the violence. Rein in ICE and end the violence. First, end the roving patrols. Second, enforce accountability. Third, masks off, body cameras on. Each officer must have visible ID. Now, no one thinks we're going to solve every single problem in one fell swoop, but the American people are demanding that something gets done, and of course, to pass legislation and enshrine this into law, we need our Republican colleagues to come along with us. So again, first, we need to end ICE's indiscriminate patrols. We need to tighten the rules governing the use of warrants. ICE needs to stop the mass chaotic patrols. They need to work with state law enforcement, local law enforcement, not against them. That means no more ICE agents barging into people's homes without a judicial warrant. When does that ever happen in America? It's a flagrant violation of the Fourth Amendment. It also means stopping the dragnet harassment of American communities. Second, we need accountability. ICE needs to be held to the same basic standards as any law enforcement agency in the country. We need a uniform code of conduct for ICE and all federal agents, just like state and local law enforcement have. If they violate these standards, like in the instances of Renee Good and Alex Pretti, they must be held fully accountable. And we need independent investigations, not ICE investigating itself. ICE, the leadership of which is a bunch of liars. We don't trust them to do the investigation. Most Americans might be shocked to learn that these basic rules do not apply right now to federal agents like ICE. It's the kind of thing most people would just assume is already in place because it's so obvious. But that's not true when it comes to ICE. They are operating effectively outside the law, and a small glimpse of a video taken by a bystanding citizen shows it every day, every minute. You see these videos again, you recoil. It's not America. It's thugs roaming our streets. Third, we need the masks to come off and we need the body cameras to stay on. No more secret police. Masks must come off and body cameras must stay on. Agents need to carry clear identification. The public deserves transparency, as it always has asked for with law enforcement. These three, ending the roving patrols, enforcing accountability, masks off, cameras on, are common sense reforms. They are reforms that Americans already expect from law enforcement. Now, the onus now is on Leader Thune and Senate Republicans to work with Democrats to turn these goals into legislation. They are in the majority, the Republicans are. They're the ones who have responsibility to govern, and Democrats are ready to come to the table. If Republicans refuse to work with us to rein in ICE and to end the violence, they're telling the American people they're choosing to protect ICE over choosing to protect people's safety. Americans, by and large, support law enforcement. I do. And most people support border security. I do as well. But Americans do not support ICE terrorizing our streets, operating outside the law, killing American citizens. The madness and violence must end. Congress must act to rein in ICE and end the violence. Rein in ICE and end the violence. The American people deserve nothing less. I yield the floor.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, on the Senate floor today, right now, are 6 bipartisan appropriations bills. 6 bills to keep America safe, bills to keep our government funded, government open, bills that the Senate Democrats have helped draft, bills that a majority of the House Democrats have voted for. These are bipartisan bills, and they fund the rest of government for the remainder of the fiscal year. Every senator should vote yes. Americans are counting on our government to stay open, to keep people safe. Today, Senate Democrats are threatening to block these bills. Not just to vote against them, but to actually block us even getting the bills to the floor for debate. So once again, Democrats are threatening to shut down the government. If the vote we are about to take here today in the Senate doesn't succeed, if the bill stalls out, the government will shut down tomorrow night, Friday night, about 36 hours from now. Let's talk about the painful consequences, because here they are. No funding for FEMA. Now, that's the Federal Emergency Management Agency. It would be disastrous to shut down FEMA in the middle of a major winter storm. It's affecting half the country, and it appears that another storm is along the way. A shutdown would mean no paychecks for our troops, once again, no money for TSA agents or air traffic controllers. This is at the time the country is trying to get back on the move again. These are the consequences, and they're painful. Now, we all remember the Democrat shutdown at the end of last year. That was the longest shutdown in the history of the American government. It was the politics of pain delivered by the Democrats. The last Democrat shutdown was about covering up the many failures of Obamacare. This Democrat shutdown would be about prioritizing illegal immigrants over American citizens. The Democrat shutdown does not change the immigration law, nor will it halt immigration law enforcement. Even Senate Democrats admit that publicly. That's because Republicans already put into law the largest investment in border security and immigration enforcement in the history of this nation. Let me be clear. The vote that we're going to take in just a few minutes to advance the 6 bipartisan appropriations bills allows us to avoid a shutdown, to keep the government open, to make America safer. The bills that are on the floor fund disaster assistance through FEMA. They hire thousands of new air traffic controllers. They fund TSA agents, the Coast Guard, and our military. They give our troops a well-earned and well-deserved pay raise. They support housing assistance for vulnerable families. They improve roads, bridges, and ports across the nation. They upgrade our nation's outdated air traffic control system. All that's in front of us today. These bills are the product of the Senate working the way it was designed to work. They reflect months of bipartisan committee work and good faith negotiations. I applaud Senator Susan Collins of Maine. She is the chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee. These bills are the product of her determination to deliver for the American people. It's time for the Senate to vote yes, and every senator should vote yes to avert a painful shutdown. Republicans are going to keep working with Democrats to keep the government open. This nation deserves safety and security, not another government shutdown. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator from Washington.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I suggest that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Democrats have been very clear. We have 5 bills in this package we would be happy to pass today on their own. We are all in agreement on funding for child care, cancer research, air traffic controllers, our troops, and more. But we have also been clear that we cannot and will not move the DHS bill without real progress on accountability. ICE and CBP are out of control, and we cannot approve that bill until common sense reforms are included. That's what the vast majority of American people are demanding, and many Republicans now also say that must happen as well. So Congress, all of us need to act. Peaceful protesters and American citizens are being targeted, detained, attacked, and killed. We have to say no to what this president is doing. So while I am very glad to see the White House and Republicans are now talking with Democrats to finalize a plan to pass the 5 bills and split off DHS, until that deal is finalized, I will be a no on this vote. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call in relation to the motion to proceed to calendar number 302, H.R. 7148.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to be permitted to complete my remarks before the vote begins.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to vote to end debate on the motion to proceed to the 6-bill package of appropriations legislation sent to us by the House of Representatives. These are fiscally responsible funding bills that reflect months of hard work and deliberation and contributions from members of both parties and on both sides of the Capitol. I would like to take a few moments to highlight some of the key aspects of these bills. Let's begin with the funding for the Department of Defense. This legislation provides U.S. military services with the funding needed to deter China and Russia, supports our service members and their families, and strengthens the defense industrial base. It addresses major funding gaps across the board, such as in shipbuilding. The bill provides a critical down payment toward an additional DDG-51, the workhorse of the U.S. surface fleet, and invest in additional Columbia and Virginia-class submarines. Mr. President, the bill also provides multi-year procurement authority for critical munitions production, a priority for the President. It funds drone and counter-drone technologies, which, as we've learned in both Ukraine and Israel, are increasingly changing the nature of the battlefield. And it contains security cooperation with close allies and partners whose growing defense capabilities are force multipliers for the United States and contribute to the deterrence of shared adversaries. This is especially true of our NATO allies, who are increasing their own domestic levels of military investment at the push and encouragement of President Trump, and appropriately so. Finally, the defense bill invests in our most precious asset, the men and women of our armed forces. The bill fully funds the 3.8% pay raise for service members and the additional pay raise for our junior enlisted service members, showing our commitment to their readiness, well-being, and mission success. The second bill is the National Security Department of State and Related Programs Bill. It used to be known as the State Foreign Operations Bill. It contains security assistance for key allies and partners, including Israel, Jordan, Egypt, Taiwan, and the Philippines. The bill also supports important global health programs. It continues support for the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, known as PEPFAR, which has saved a remarkable 26 million lives since 2003, including the lives of 8 million babies born to HIV-infected mothers. Mr. President, it's difficult for me to contemplate another global health program, and we have many good ones, that has had more of a positive impact than PEPFAR. In many ways, I think it was President George W. Bush's greatest legacy. Turning to the labor HHS bill, this appropriations would prioritize funding to help make Americans healthier, and it robustly funds life-saving biomedical research. This has been a top priority of mine, and I know of many other members as well, including the subcommittee chair, Shelley Moore Capito, and her ranking member, Tammy Baldwin. Funding for NIH is not decreased as was proposed in the administration's budget. Rather, it is increased by $415 million, including increases of $100 million for Alzheimer's research and $10 million more for diabetes research, with a focus on type 1 diabetes. This bill also makes critical investments in our nation's children and families and invests in America's workforce. It includes funding for child care programs to help low-income working families and for apprenticeship programs to help us reach the goal of 1 million new active apprentices. The bill also includes more funding for low-income heating assistance, which is absolutely crucial for states like Maine, and is an issue that I have worked for years on with my Democratic colleague, Jack Reed of Rhode Island. The Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Bill focuses on our most pressing transportation challenges, including modernizing our nation's outdated air traffic system, and I give Secretary Duffy a great deal of credit for coming up with a workable, much-needed plan in that area. It would also address the air traffic controller shortage and provides the pay raise there as well. The bill invests in critical infrastructure like our roads, bridges, ports, and rail. At the same time, the appropriations will continue to fully fund existing rental assistance for more than 4.6 million households to ensure that seniors, the disabled individuals, and working families who currently receive such assistance are not put at risk of homelessness. The Financial Services and General Government Bill funds core government functions. It increases funding for taxpayer services at the IRS, reallocates resources to strengthen court security, and helps keep our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., safe for both residents and visitors. Mr. President, as the Vice Chair of the committee has mentioned, there has understandably been a great deal of attention focused on the Homeland Security portion of the package, given the events of the past week. The horrific shooting death of Alex Petrie must be thoroughly and impartially investigated. and President Trump has promised that it will be investigated both impartially and thoroughly. The Homeland Security Funding Bill includes important provisions that we put in during the negotiations that would make such incidences less likely to occur. For example, it includes $20 million for body-worn cameras, which help to protect both law enforcement officials and those with whom they are interacting. It includes $2 million to ensure that training requirements include how to de-escalate an encounter with protesters. Yet another important provision of the bill empowers the Inspector General to review and investigate detention centers. These are all critical reforms, but it does not mean that we cannot do more. But to do more, Mr. President, we need to get onto the bill so that we can make the critical decisions that are being negotiated by leadership in both the House and the Senate and the White House as to how we proceed. Do we split off the Homeland Security bill and pass the other 5, and put Homeland Security on a continuing resolution, which will, by the way, delay implementation of the 3 reforms that I just discussed? Or do we try to amend that part of the bill with the agreed upon additional precautions and safeguards? Can't do that if we don't get onto the package. It's also worth noting, Mr. President, that more than 80% of the funding in the Homeland Security bill is for non-immigration and border security functions. For example, 35% of the funding in the Homeland Security bill is for FEMA. And think about what FEMA is doing on the ground right now due to this horrific storm that we have experienced. It includes $35 billion for FEMA to help state and local governments prepared to respond to disasters, including funding for programs that help local law enforcement and our firefighters that are so important. It includes funding for the Nonprofit Security Grant Program that helps organizations like synagogues, churches, temples, and mosques protect themselves from terrorism. Mr. President, another important component of this bill supports our Coast Guard. Think of our Coast Guard personnel out in this terrible weather, being available to rescue our fishermen, our lobstermen, or others who are in trouble. The Coast Guard provides critical safety, security, and stewardship functions from Maine to the Caribbean to the Arctic and myriad places in between. The bill provides funding to secure our borders and to stop the flow of illegal drugs, money, weapons, and people being trafficked into our country by cartels and transnational criminal organizations. It includes funding for TSA to help keep Americans safe while they travel, as well as funding for a 3.8% pay raise for air traffic controllers to help address the serious workforce shortage that also can affect air safety. Mr. President, my hope is that we can come up with an agreement that allows us to proceed to this bill and to provide some additional safeguards. And those negotiations are underway right now. But if we don't get on to this package, We cannot change this package. And I think that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle need to recognize and acknowledge that. So I want to end by noting the tremendous work of the full committee staff, my staff, and Senator Murray's staff. I particularly want to acknowledge the hard work of Betsy McDonald, who has worked at night and day as the staff director. I want to thank our subcommittee chairs and ranking members and their staff who have worked so diligently and are so dedicated. I know the conversations are continuing even as we speak between the administration and Congress on how to complete action on the Homeland Security portion of this package. This morning's vote is about taking the first step, not the final step, to consider the package on the Senate floor. So I urge my colleagues to support cloture on the motion to proceed to this vital appropriations package. Thank you, Mr. President.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 302, H.R. 7148, an act making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 7148, an act making consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes shall be brought to a close? Yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Osthoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Daines, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Mullen, Rounds, Sheehy, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Cantwell, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Smith. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, no. Mr. Thune. Aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Justice. Aye. Mr. Moreno. Aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Miss Alsobrooks, no. Ms. Baldwin, Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Shaheen, Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Merkley, Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Young, aye.
Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye.
Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 45, the nays are 55. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn, not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader is
Mr.
recognized.
President, I enter a motion to reconsider.
The motion is entered.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nearly a year ago, Secretary Noem visited Western North Carolina to see the devastation caused by Hurricane Helene firsthand. That day, the Secretary told the crowd in Bat Cave, North Carolina, that, I quote, "The previous administration failed in many areas, and we're going to learn from that and do better." A sentiment that I shared wholeheartedly. Secretary Noem highlighted some of the actions taken in the early days of President Trump's second term to remove all the red tape that previously slowed the department down and Western North Carolina's recovery. These actions were sorely needed, and I fully supported what she intended to do. Earlier this week, now let's fast forward a year. Earlier this week, the New York Times reported that approximately $17 billion, with a B, in federal disaster funds for states has been delayed over the past year. The article states the delays stem from a directive issued by Ms. Noem in June that said any expenditure over $100,000 or more must be approved by her office, which oversees the disaster agency, to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. The bottleneck includes money that already had been approved by regional FEMA offices for things like debris removal and repairs to roads, bridges, water, and sewer systems. This is being delayed, folks. This new reporting sadly confirms what the people of Western North Carolina have known for the past year. Mr. President, this chart shows a comparison between FEMA obligations and outlays in Hurricane Matthew and Hurricane Florence under President Trump in his first term. The obligations and outlays to date for Hurricane Helene under the second Trump administration are these marks. Down here is what I would call in my management consulting days, best practice. We had a storm, Florence and Matthew. We knew what the state and local governments needed. We got it out without any delay. Now, under Noem's leadership, which is supposed to be more efficient, more effective, and more responsive to the disaster in Western North Carolina and the other states that were affected, looked like the EKG of somebody who's having a heart attack. It makes no sense. This chart shows a comparison between FEMA obligations and outlays for Hurricanes Matthew and Florence under the first Trump administration with the FEMA obligations and outlays to date for the Helene under the second Trump administration. The data clearly shows that something is seriously wrong here. Under Secretary Noem's lack of leadership, FEMA has invented an entirely new set of bureaucracies, the likes of which I've never seen. And I'm in a state that deals with a disaster almost every season. We're about to have another one potentially this weekend, and we just are recovering from an ice storm last weekend, and I've got this to deal with. What do I tell my citizens of Western North Carolina? The result has not been the elimination of waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal disaster spending. Instead, Secretary Noem's new review processes have indefinitely prolonged disaster recovery efforts across the country and inflicted needless pain onto already vulnerable communities and people. Yesterday in my office, I was notified that FEMA released more than $233 million in Helene-related reimbursements. They're approved to move to North Carolina. This is great news. And these resources are severely needed in Western North Carolina. However, when you dig into the details of an announcement, it becomes clear that this money is long overdue. Again, this list is just from yesterday's announcement alone. $200 million for North Carolina emergency management as partial reimbursement for their emergency expenses incurred in the first 6 months of Helene. Folks, we're well past 6 months, meaning this is only part of what the state is owed before March of 2025. We're in 2026, folks. Nearly $9 million for the Blue Ridge Electric Cooperative for repairing and replacing electric and fiber infrastructure. Great, glad to see it come. For comparison, this is roughly equivalent to what Blue Ridge Electric spent on fiber for the entire year in 2023. $1.8 million for the town lake. This is one I hope people pay attention to. $1.8 million for the town of Lake Lure to rebuild its marina and docks. For those that don't know, Lake Lure is some of the most iconic scenes that you're going to find in the movie Dirty Dancing. That's where that movie was filmed, out in Western North Carolina. The entire economy depends on access to the lake through the marina. The Corps of Engineers recently finished removing more than 1 million cubic yards of debris just from the lake itself. After losing more than a year of tourism revenue, the town hopes to reopen the lake and the marina at some point in the spring or summer. This one award represents more than 20% of the town's general fund budget for this fiscal year, and it's just coming. $22 million for the NCDOT for road repairs. Again, much needed funding, but to put things in perspective, I don't know if you've not been through Western North Carolina, I-40 is a 2-lane road now. It is not, it was down to a single lane at one point. We've managed to get 2 lanes. Everybody thought it was going to be done in a year and a half. I told everybody they're crazy. Now it looks like it's going to be 2027. It's going to cost $2 billion, twice what we thought it was, and we hope it gets open by 2027. It's trending more by 2028. So think about that. A major interstate section, a major economic corridor between my state and the presiding officer's state of Tennessee is at a trickle right now. That's the sort of damage we're experiencing every day in North Carolina. And yet, I've got a Secretary of Homeland Security who thinks at one point FEMA shouldn't even exist, and now running the organization like some amateur. So moving from yesterday's funding approvals, I want to share the plight of one of the 39 Helene-impacted counties in North Carolina, Yancey County. It's home to some of North Carolina's most cherished natural resources, including Mount Mitchell. If you want to win a bar bet, ask somebody what's the highest peak east of the Mississippi River. They're probably going to say Mount Washington or somewhere up in New England. It's actually in the great state of North Carolina at almost 6,700 feet, a little over. But Yancey County was at the epicenter of Hurricane Helene's impact in North Carolina. There's a good chance that if you remember any of the devastating images of the aftermath of Helene, you're probably thinking about Burnsville, the Yancey County seat. To date, Yancey County has incurred $50 million in debris removal, cost alone for hurricane, far exceeding the annual budget of the county of $37 million. You would think that today, more than 16 months after Helene, Yancey County would have received a significant amount of funding from FEMA to help recover from some of this historic devastation. Well, you'd be wrong under the so-called leadership of Secretary Noem. As of today, Yancey County received a grand total of $5.7 million from FEMA, remember, we're talking about a $50 million debt right now, a $50 million deficit in a small county. $5.7 million. Of that, only $3 million of it was for debris removal. In fact, Yancey County has not even been approved for a $5 million community disaster loan that the county began application process for in October of 2024, after the hurricane impact. The county was told just last week that FEMA should have an answer for them by June of this year. Good on you, Secretary Noem. 2 years late. More than a year and a half after the storm, folks. This is completely unacceptable and sadly just wrong. So, Mr. President, it's not a secret that I have problems with the Secretary of Homeland Security and the way that her failed leadership has led to unconscionable results in Minneapolis. I thank the President for putting an adult in charge who actually knows law enforcement by having Mr. Homan go there. He's going to lower the temperature. He's going to keep the law enforcement officers safe. He's going to make Minneapolis safer. Thank God we have adult supervision here. But another part of the Secretary of Homeland Security job is disaster response. And I cannot tell you enough how incompetent, based on the facts, that she is on that score as well. The people of Western North Carolina, the people of Eastern Tennessee, the people of South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida who were affected by Helene deserve better. No reasonable business person would accept this in the C-suite. She needs to get out of the C-suite. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from West Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 6 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this week, as this is no news flash here, a major storm, winter storm, brought snow, sleet, frozen rain, and bitter cold temperatures to most of the middle and eastern parts of the country. I rise today to really highlight the dispatchable baseload power, coal, natural gas, and nuclear, what the role that those items played in keeping the 200 million Americans impacted by this winter storm safe and warm. Common sense tells us that in the peak heat of summer or the depths of a winter cold, we're going to consume more electricity. Americans expect, and very reasonably, that our country's energy policies will result in affordable and reliable electricity so that they can keep their homes cool in the summer and warm in the winter. If we know that that demand for electricity is at its peak during times of extreme heat or extreme cold, such as we're experiencing, I think it was 6 degrees this morning, then it would make sense that our energy policy would prioritize those generation sources that are available to meet the demand when electricity is needed the most. So which sources of energy showed up this week? Not surprisingly, fossil fuels and nuclear power provided the bulk of electricity during this week's storm and the intense cold that has followed. PJM interconnection is the electric grid operator in all or parts of 13 states, including my state of West Virginia, that were impacted by this winter storm. In a filing with the Department of Energy, PJM projected that its highest ever winter peak electricity demand would take place on Tuesday morning of this week. At 8 a.m. on Tuesday morning, fossil energy sources, including coal, natural gas, and oil, provided 2/3 of PJM's power, and another 23.6% of that was nuclear power. So that means that at a time of record winter electricity demand, 90% of the load was shouldered by baseload energy sources. And electricity is just part of the story, because natural gas is also used for residential heating in many of the same areas, providing energy beyond what is reflected in energy generation sources. This chart here really shows, it's from the Energy Policy Resource Foundation, and it shows the PJM electricity generation by source for the past week. It illustrates just what I've said, that fossil fuels and nuclear carried the load across PJM throughout this week's winter storm and its aftermath. The solid blue here represents nuclear. It stayed solid, like you would a baseload energy resource. Similarly, the red shows the reliable supply of electricity from our coal plants. You see it fluctuates a little bit, but it's still very steady and very meaningful. And the green shows electricity produced from natural gas, the largest single source in the PJM region. There's the green. At the very top, what you see here is you see the relatively small amount of electricity produced from wind, solar, and hydroelectric sources. What is notable is not just that the renewable sources generate smaller amounts of electricity, but see how sporadic they are. This is through a whole week here of the last storm that we just had. So you can see from the chart that solar energy, which is yellow, basically disappears at night, of course. And then on Saturday, we had all that cloud cover, and again, or Sunday, cloud cover too from the snow, no generation. Wind power produced more on Friday. Wind is the blue on Friday, but then it basically disappears on Saturday because the wind wasn't blowing. So I highlight this chart not because I want to pick winners and losers on our energy resources. To the contrary, I believe all types of energy, all of this, including renewables, should be part of our energy mixture. But our country must have enough dispatchable baseload energy, that's from green on down, the type of reliable power that fossil fuels and nuclear provided if we're going to stay warm in a situation such as this or in the depths of the winter. The Biden administration, like the Obama administration before this, did everything possible to shut down our coal fleets. The Biden EPA had an entire strategy for pursuing multiple regulations, and I'll just name a few of them. Clean Power Plan 2.0, ELG rules for power plants, coal ash regulations, unachievable particulate matter rules, ozone rules, and the MATS rule, all to make it impossible to keep a coal plant open. As the Wall Street Journal editorialized on Monday, coal is an especially valuable part of our grid during periods of peak winter demand because months of fuel can be stockpiled on site at a plant. We see this all over West Virginia because we have not just the resource but the power generation from it, and it can be used to supply more electricity when natural gas is also needed for residential heating. On the oil and gas side, the Biden administration imposed a natural gas tax designed to make energy more expensive for consumers. the administration canceled the Keystone XL pipeline and, working with their allies and state governments, stood in the way of pipelines that could move abundant natural gas produced in West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Ohio to gas-starved areas in our Northeast and in our Southeast. I was very proud of the bipartisan work that we did in passing the ADVANCE Act to make nuclear licensing more efficient. But even that overwhelmingly bipartisan bill took years longer to pass because of a handful of Democrat opponents. So I'm glad that we had sufficient dispatchable power to make it through the winter storm this week, but I'm not convinced we would have if we had continued the Biden administration radical opposition to the energy sources that people rely on to keep them warm in the winter and cool in the summer. I appreciate President Trump and EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, Energy Secretary Chris Wright, and others across the administration for their common sense approach to regulation that allows us to keep producing and utilizing the energy resources that we need, especially during periods of peak demand. So going forward, I will continue working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to lock in common sense permitting reform so that projects of all types, including sources of dispatchable baseload electricity, can be permitted through a fair and efficient process. So I'm going to switch gears here to another hat that I wear, and I want to talk about another topic, and that is the progress that we've made in restoring a functioning appropriations process and the critical importance of the work before us. But first, I would like to thank our appropriations leaders, Chair Collins and Vice Chair Murray, as well as Leader Thune. I applaud them for their steadfast commitment to return to regular order, and I'm glad to see that our work has brought these bills to the Senate floor. In particular, I'm proud of the work that we accomplished in a bipartisan fashion in my Labor, Health, and Human Services Education and Related Agencies bill. It's a big bill. I'd like to thank all of my fellow committee members for their input. We received 12,000 total member requests for this bill. As Senator Baldwin and I began our 4th year this year of working on this subcommittee together, I'm pleased that we were once again able to bring forward a bipartisan bill that reflects the targeted investments, disciplined decision-making, and a shared commitment to meeting the needs of the American people. The Labor H bill allocates limited taxpayer resources to key bipartisan priorities, and it does so at a lower level than we did in fiscal year 2025. In fact, it decreases the base discretionary cost of the bill by $3.2 billion compared to fiscal year 2025. To achieve this, the bill reduces or eliminates funding from more than 40 programs and activities and realigns spending to reflect Republican values and priorities while continuing to deliver on areas where agreements exist across the aisle. The bill includes a number of member priorities, such as greater investments in America's biomedical research, child care, mental and rural health, workforce development, and continued efforts to combat the opioid epidemic. As we work to right-size the federal government, the bill also includes targeted decreases in administrative funding, while ensuring that our agencies have appropriate staffing levels to carry out their statutory responsibilities. We also preserve long-standing, consensus-driven policy provisions and reject the inclusion of any new controversial riders. That stability is really important, and not only for our agencies, but for our families, our workers, and communities counting on the programs that we authorize. A major priority in this bill is our sustained commitment to the National Institutes of Health. We provide funding for NIH to support life-saving biomedical research, which touches us all, and research that makes Americans healthier. It strengthens our economy and pushes the boundaries of what is possible in medicine. This investment includes targeted increases for research in critical areas, such as Alzheimer's, diabetes, Parkinson's, women's health, maternal health, rare diseases, and cancer. We also increased support for NIH's IDEA program. That expands the research capacity in 23 states, including my home state of West Virginia, and continues to be important for institutions like West Virginia University and Marshall University. The bill strengthens our efforts to combat substance abuse, an issue that still continues to affect many families and communities across the country, and my state most deeply. So we are supporting prevention, treatment, research, and recovery programs. If you look at the latest statistics, we're actually bringing the statistics down, but they're still way too high. We bolster support for rural health care programs. Rural America is tough to get health care affordable and accessible in some ways, but we're trying to increase access to care for more than 60 million Americans who live in rural areas. And critically, we maintain important conservative policy riders like the Hyde and Weldon amendments, ensuring the bill reflects longstanding bipartisan consensus. The Labor HHS bill focuses on our children, from early childhood through post-secondary education, ensuring that they're prepared for the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow. This includes critical infrastructures to help American workers upskill and to advance their careers. And we include funding for apprenticeship grants to support the Trump administration's goal of creating 1 million active apprenticeships. The bill's important to our country, but make no mistake, it's really important to my state of West Virginia. For our universities, our hospitals, dozens of nonprofits and workforce programs, treatments for our coal miners, and those suffering from opioid addiction. All of these things help my fellow West Virginians, and I know this because I hear directly from them about it every single day. My driving force in crafting this bill is to help meet those needs for my fellow West Virginians, and I'm proud to say this bill does just that. Mr. President, as encouraging as this progress sounds, our work is not done. The American people expect Congress to fulfill its most basic responsibility, funding the government responsibly and on time. Every delay undermines confidence in our institution and forces our agencies into wasteful, short-term planning cycles. Completing this work is not about a partisan victory. It's about good government. It's about keeping our commitments. It's about demonstrating that Congress can function and can work together to deliver real results. That is why we must come together to pass this package. And it ensures that the priorities that we've carefully crafted, debated, and agreed to on a bipartisan and bicameral manner can actually be carried out. So once again, I want to thank Chair Collins for her leadership throughout this process. I encourage all my colleagues to vote positively on the entire package. We saw earlier it didn't pass, but we still have negotiations moving so we can responsibly fund the government. This is what the American people sent us here to do. With that, I thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to mark a solemn anniversary, one that continues to weigh heavily on the hearts of Kansans and families across this great nation. It was a year ago today that Flight 5342 left Wichita, Kansas, en route to Washington, D.C. But as we all know, it never reached its destination. 67 lives were lost, amongst them 7 Kansans. And certainly families were changed forever. Today we pause to remember those lives and honor their memory, and to stand with the loved ones who carry this burden every day. Mr. President, Kansans grieve together. And when tragedy strikes, we don't do it alone. We lean on each other, we lean on our faith, and we lean on our communities. But today we just want to remember those who were lost, remembering these were Kansans. They were sons and daughters, husbands and wives, parents, friends, and co-workers. And many were simply doing what so many of us do every day, traveling for work, for family, or or to return home. The best way we can honor those we lost is by remembering them and learning from the tragedy. We've tried to ensure there was full accountability since this tragic accident. We tried our best to ensure complete transparency. And then take a look to the future to see what could we do for safety of future flights. And certainly we owe it to their families and to the memory of these loved ones to pursue these improvements and never forget why it matters. I recall a phone call early the next morning from the mayor of Wichita, Kansas, Mayor Lily Wu, and she asked me, and we have a good friendship. She said, "Roger, what can I tell the people of Wichita so that they know that it's safe to travel on this flight?" And she pointed out, this is the busiest runway in all of America. And she asked me, why was a military helicopter in that airspace? So I picked up the phone and I asked our Secretary of Transportation and our Secretary of Defense that same question. Why would a helicopter be in that airspace? And they, at that moment, or shortly minutes after that, they grounded any helicopters from being in that airspace. And then what did the Senate do? I'm so proud of what my colleagues have done. Senator Moran has helped lead the charge on that and many others. But we passed the Rotor Act out of the Senate, which would implement common sense reforms to ensure a tragedy like this never happens again. And I would hope that our colleagues on the House side would also pass this bill and we can get it to the President's desk. So just in closing, Mr. President, here we are a year later, and we're here to remember, to honor, and try to figure out the best ways to move forward. But at the end of the day, we want the families of those back home to remember that we've not forgotten about their loved ones and that their lives did matter. And I think I'd be remiss not to express gratitude to the first responders that we met that night out in the frigid cold, sacrificing their lives, diving into the chilly waters in hopes of finding someone who they could save. So thanks to all of our first responders. And finally, of course, we pray that God would continue to comfort the families who lost their loved ones. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield back.
President.
The senator from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to take a moment and express my gratitude for the Tennessee National Guard, the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, our governor, our electric power distributors, first responders that are in every county and working, the local elected officials, everyone who has stepped up to help keep Tennesseans safe during this horrific storm. And it's truly one of the worst winter storms that has hit our state in decades. At its peak, you had over 200,000 people in the Middle Tennessee area that were without any power. Days later, people are still waiting for that power to come back on. We are hearing from some people that they've been told it is going to be days or weeks before that power is restored. And we know that everyone is working as quickly as they can to restore this. We're grateful for the support that has come from surrounding states in order to help in ours. And we know people are really braving these downed power lines, these hazardous roads, frozen pipes, frigid temperatures, and we have lost 13 individuals connected to the storm. And I'm joining all Tennesseans in mourning their loss, praying for their families. And we also are focusing on making certain that roads are cleared, that water mains are repaired, and power is restored. I'm continuing to get updates from mayors across our state, and especially there in the mid-state, and so grateful for the President Trump's swift approval of Governor Lee's emergency declaration request so that we can get our state the resources that we need. And as we recover, I encourage everyone to stay off the roads, stay home, be mindful of all the recovery crews that are out working, and to stay safe. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Any American who has purchased tickets for a concert, sporting event, or a show knows that online ticket selling is broken. Scalpers are using AI-powered bots and software programs to scoop up hundreds and thousands of tickets at a time. They're forcing some events to sell out within just a minute or two of the window opening for ticket purchase. With no other options, consumers are forced into the secondary or resale market, and scalpers are marking up ticket prices to extreme rates. The consequences have been disastrous for the ticket selling marketplace. In 2022, Ticketmaster's website crashed after scalpers used bots to purchase thousands of tickets for Taylor Swift's Eras Tour, reselling them by as much as 70 times the face value. One of the scalpers involved in the fiasco is a U.S.-based company, actually located in Maryland. It's called Key Investment Group. Now, they purchased more than 375,000 event tickets over the course of a year. In the process, they cleared millions of dollars in markup resale. These scalpers add zero value to the ticket selling market. Fans are extorted to go see their favorite singers, teams, and entertainers. Performers do not see a dime of the money that these bots and scalpers are skimming. And this practice is illegal. In 2016, I led the enactment of the Better Online Ticket Sales Act, or the BOTS Act, which prohibits ticket scalpers from using software to purchase high volumes of tickets. Yet, under the Biden administration, the FTC rarely enforced the law, and scalpers like Ticketmaster turned a blind eye and bypassed the safeguards to prevent mass ticket buying. In some cases, the company allegedly engaged in bait-and-switch schemes with scalpers to drive up the ticket price. Live Nation, the company that owns Ticketmaster, even allegedly provided tech support for scalpers by helping them aggregate tickets purchased from multiple Ticketmaster accounts. The reason? It's simple. If Live Nation enforced its ticket purchasing limits, then Ticketmaster would lose $220 million in resale revenue. But by working with the scalpers, it was able to collect fees at 3 different points in the purchase and resale process. This extortion of the American people is inexcusable. That's why Republicans and the Trump administration are demanding accountability from ticket sellers and cracking down on the fraudsters. In September, Senator Lujan and I sent a letter to Live Nation's president demanding answers about his company's abusive practices. And yesterday, I chaired a hearing from the Senate Commerce Committee on Consumer Protection, Technology, and Data Privacy on live performance ticket sale practices. We had the opportunity to hear from Kid Rock, who explained how bot scalpers harm the entertainment industry. I also questioned a representative of Live Nation who had no explanation for why his company is putting fraudsters ahead of hardworking Americans. Thankfully, the FTC under President Trump and Chairman Ferguson have launched several enforcement actions under the BOTS Act, including against Live Nation, Ticketmaster, and scalpers like Key Investment Group. Unlike the Biden administration, the Trump administration is enforcing the BOTS Act as it is intended to hold accountable both ticketing platforms and scalpers. In the entertainment industry, nothing is more important than the relationship between the performer and their fans. With the exploitative practices of these scalpers and Ticketmaster, bot-powered scalpers threaten that bond. Republicans are doing everything possible to hold these criminals to account. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Colorado.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we like to believe that when democracy erodes, that it's unpredictable and in some ways out of our control. But history tells us a different story. Authoritarianism rises through a time-tested playbook. These leaders have learned which moves weaken opponents, which tactics will rally a crowd, and which moments of fear or crisis work best to their advantage. They don't need to invent new strategies. They can run familiar plays. There's one target we're watching this administration go after the hardest, and that is the truth. They begin by attacking every source of independent information. They start with universities and colleges. They move on to our largest research institutions. They've discredited or tried to discredit every journalist whose reporting differs from their own narrow point of view. In doing so, they've tried to make the administration and the president the sole source of truth. We've seen this play out in Minneapolis during the past few weeks. So let's get a few facts straight. On January 7th, ICE officers shot and killed Renee Good while she was in her own car. She was a mother of 3, originally from Colorado Springs. Then again, this past weekend, Americans watched the videotape of federal immigration agents shooting and killing Alex Pretti. They fired 10 times in 5 seconds. It's sickening. No family should have to witness their loved one being killed in such a fashion, and yet, obviously, Alex's parents did. His parents live in Colorado. I connected with them earlier this week. Among other things, they wanted to make sure that we do everything we can to make sure that Alex's name is out front, that we keep their son's story alive, to make sure that his life wasn't lost in vain. They've asked for truth and accountability. And what they're getting, what all of us are getting, are excuses and lies about their son. The reality of who Alex Pretti was doesn't fit the administration's playbook. So they're filling the airwaves with lies, repeating them over and over and over to try and somehow get them to stick. DHS Secretary Noem, within hours of Pretti's death, said, and I quote, "It looks like a situation where an individual arrived on the scene to inflict maximum violence and to kill law enforcement," end quote. Next, it was Greg Bovino, Trump's now-fired Border Patrol commander, saying Pretti intended, and I quote, "to massacre law enforcement," end quote, and that he, quote, "violently resisted." Stephen Miller called Alex Pretti a domestic terrorist, with Vice President Vance and President Trump promoting that sentiment and that blatant lie from their pulpits. By this point, we have all seen that video from multiple angles. We've seen it with our own eyes. Alex was not a terrorist. He was in no way an assassin. He was a U.S. citizen exercising his First Amendment right to protest ICE's lawlessness. This week, families in Eagle County, Colorado, experienced another type of cruelty that fits into this administration's playbook. They found death cards held up in the automobiles of their family members who were taken away by ICE agents. These cards, I hold one up here, have a history of being used by white supremacist groups to intimidate people of color. Death cards is what they call them. These cards found in Colorado had the address and the phone number of the Aurora ICE detention facility printed on them. Aurora is a sister city, a neighboring city to Denver. Now imagine just for a second that you haven't heard from your brother, your sister, and when you finally find their empty, abandoned car, it has one of these death cards sitting in the driver's seat. I mean, this is cruelty for the sake of cruelty. And it fits into the troubling pattern that we're seeing come from some of the top officials in the White House. Now, this morning I voted against government funding that would have handed billions of dollars to DHS. Continuing to fund ICE while federal officers terrorize our cities and kill people is unconscionable. We need to stop ICE officers beating Americans, killing Americans, arresting Americans without due process, taking away the civil rights of Americans. The overhaul of ICE that we're demanding is common sense. The fact is that these are all basic standards of local law enforcement who go after violent criminals, gangsters, in many ways the worst of the worst. These are standards that those local police officers already follow. ICE needs first to take their masks off. They need to turn on body cameras. They need to be clearly identified. There can be no accountability without transparency. No more unmarked vans and masked agents pulling people over and pulling people away and arresting them to wherever. No more roving patrols. ICE needs to have judicial warrants signed by a judge. They need to stop arresting children on the side of the road and end these cruel family separation policies. Secretary Noem, what she said, I think, is untenable and unacceptable, and I think she needs to resign. But let's be clear, ICE is carrying out the policies of our president. So just changing the leadership at ICE or DHS is not going to be sufficient. We have to fundamentally overhaul the lawlessness of these organizations. This administration is asking us to ignore what we can see with our own eyes. They get us to a point where we mistrust so many sources of information, and they force us to rely on believing what we see. They're asking us to believe lies about Alex and about Renee, about what's happening in Minneapolis, but we watched the videos. We saw those videos. Those words matter. We watched, we saw, because they acknowledge a larger truth that binds us all together. We saw what happens. We saw what happened. We saw the cruelty, and we saw and understand that it needs to end. Asking us to make peace with that cruelty is asking us to ignore the values that make us Americans. It's telling us to believe somehow we owe nothing to each other, not to our neighbors, not to our community, not to our country. We will not. We know the truth, and we're not going to look away. Thank you. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President,
Senator from Oklahoma.
this is the Senate currently in a quorum call.
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this body disagrees on a lot of things. A lot. But we should have at least one thing we can agree on. It's pretty simple. Kids are different. You get 3 kids in a room, and all 3 of those kids are very, very different. I know I have 2 daughters, and they're different. Love them both deeply, but they're very different. And I find that in a lot of different families. Students and kids are different. Okay. One kid likes football, one kid likes baseball. Another kid doesn't like any sports at all. One likes the band, one likes choir, one likes drama. One doesn't like any clubs at all. One's in Latin club and another's in a chess club, and the other one thinks chess club is dorky. Okay? You know why? Because people are different. That seems very normal for us to be able to think about that most basic thing, that not everyone is the same and not everyone chooses the same things that they like or has the same needs. But sometimes when we get into school, we'll say, oh, no, but they all need to go to the same school. I just disagree. In America this week, this is actually School Choice Week. And some people may or may not even track that, and that's fine. There's a week designated for everything across the country. But in Oklahoma, we've really prioritized the ability for every family to be able to make their own choices for education for their kids. We have strong homeschooling, we have strong private schools, we have strong public charter schools, and we have public education. All of them are important to us, and all of them provide different options for families. Now, we've still got a long way to go in education in Oklahoma. We're investing more and more and more into education, and I'm proud of our state legislatures prioritizing in this coming session reading for early childhood education, and to make sure that we're doing the things that we need to do to improve our public education. But in the meantime, we want to continue to provide options to every single family and to every single kid to be able to make sure that the best education environment is out there for that particular child. Because we want every child to be able to thrive in America. And we want every child to be able to have the opportunities that they need to be able to be successful in the days ahead. And that starts with a great education. Quite frankly, some of our districts are doing not as well as others. Some are doing great. Some are struggling. I don't want a single family in my state, though, to have to think my kids have to go to a certain school because of the zip code that I live in, and that's the only option. Quite frankly, I don't even want that for families to say every one of my kids has to go to the same school, because sometimes that just doesn't work the same. Now, I've heard some folks that are very passionate about public education, which, by the way, I am too. My mom was a lifelong public school educator. My degree was in secondary education. My family's very, very involved in education, and I'm very passionate about public education. I think it's vitally important that we do it, and we do it very, very well. But I want to make it very clear for all the folks that I meet that say, if you'll just give us a couple more years, this will improve. Give us a couple more dollars and a couple more semesters, and this will get better for this particular school. I want to remind them that the kid growing up next to that school doesn't have a couple more years. It has to be right now for them. They can't wait till things get better. They only have today. So that's why school choice is so incredibly important, that every family and that every kid has the options to be able to get a better education, or to get an education that exactly fits them best. That works better. This past July, we passed the Historic Working Families Tax Cut Act. And in that act, we did a lot of investment in education. We expanded the 529 savings accounts to allow more parents to be able to set aside funding for private education if they choose to do that, and put that in their 529 so it could grow tax-free. We invested more into Pell Grants and expanded the growth of Pell Grants. Now, you may say, why does that matter for K through 12? Well, Pell Grants have been really targeted towards institutions that do what's called terminal degrees. So if you're a kid in poverty and you want to get a degree in philosophy, we would help you do that.
But if you're a kid in poverty and you want to get a certification in welding or in plumbing or in carpentry or as a truck driver, we would say you're on your own. But what in the world? For years we've been fighting this to be able to say, if we're going to help somebody, give them more options than just a 4-year degree. If they want to do certification programs to be able to get into a vocation faster, why wouldn't we help them do that to be able to rise out of poverty? We fixed that in the Working Families Tax Cut Act to expand the use of Pell Grants so that more individuals that are in poverty can get access to education that helps them get to a job even faster. We actually reversed some changes that were done in the FAFSA, and I'm not even going into all the issues of the FAFSA and for getting into higher education, but it actually blocked out kids from agricultural families because of the land and the equipment that they own. They may be land rich, but they're often cash poor, but they were still blocked out of getting federal assistance, getting higher education. We finally fixed that. There's a lot of other areas we fixed, but we also set up a new program where individuals could actually give to school choice for other families that they'll probably never ever meet, to be able to help them in the days ahead, be able to get an option for private education when they couldn't get there. I have folks that catch me on this occasionally and will say, you talk about school choice all the time and the different options on things. Do you just hate public education, or why is this such a big deal to you? And I smile at them and remind them of my mom and of my own past, that I'm very, very passionate about public education. And we need to make sure we're investing in doing that well. But if I have a quiet moment with folks when they say to me, why do you care so much about school choice? I'll tell them there's 2 reasons. One is my state cares about this a lot. Our homeschool programs, our programs for private education, we have thriving, great public charter schools, and we have a lot of great districts around. But many of our districts, even according to our state law, even in our public education in Oklahoma, you can choose from one district to another district, even if you don't live in that zip code for that district. So that you even get school choice in Oklahoma, even in public education. It's a big deal to us. But it's a big deal to me personally because I personally experienced it. You see, my mom, single mom, public educator, did not make much, had a time when I was in elementary school, and so was my brother, that education was not working for us. And so my single mom sacrificed everything for my brother and I to go to private school. Now, I went to private school for 2 years, and then she ran out of money. My brother continued on for a while, but I went back into public schools, which no complaint there. But I watched even in my own family and my mom say, I wish we had different options. And as a public school educator, single mom, she made the hard call to say, I've got to figure out a better place because my kids will only get one shot at education. And it's got to count. I could not tell you how grateful I am for my mom and the sacrifices that she made for my brother and I, because it made all the difference for us. But it's because she made a choice where you would have looked at her and said, she has no choice. She figured it out. And we all sacrificed a lot, but education was just that important to her. I don't want that to just be for my family. I want that option for every family. I want the option for every kid to have the opportunity to get the best possible education for who they are. Because my brother and I love him, but we could not be more different because we're 2 different kids, just like a lot of other families. So please don't say every kid has to do education exactly the same way when we all know every kid is different. So why don't we give families the option to choose what's the best education environment for that particular kid and to allow them to thrive in the days ahead. I think that's better for kids, to allow them to have the choice and for every family to get that choice as well. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
As you may know, Mr. President, we are recognizing National School Choice Week, and I thank my colleague for organizing those of us that believe dearly in educational options for children to come to the floor and speak about what we have accomplished and what we hope to accomplish on behalf of America's kids. As you may know, in addition to being a United States Senator, I am also a mom of a kid in school who's gone to many different kinds of schools over the course of his educational career. And I'm honored to serve as a co-host this week with the chairman of the Help Committee, Senator Cassidy, as well as my friend, Senator Tim Scott, to represent the long strides my home state of Florida has taken to make us the best state, I believe, in the nation for educational freedom. And this did not happen overnight. It took decades of thoughtful policymaking and implementation, tweaks along the way, and we're still working to get it right. But I wanted to show up here today and tell my colleagues about how Florida has set its kids on paths to success by thinking outside the one-size-fits-all approach for education. And that happened from tireless work from parents, from advocates, and a state government that transformed Florida from a state with poor performance across the board to a leader nationwide in education. We went from having graduation rates at just 60%, with less than 1% of K through 12 students attending a public charter school and fewer than 10 students in the state receiving a K through 12 scholarship in 1999. Again, I'll say that again, 60% graduation rate. And in the decades that followed, today I am proud to say Florida now has a graduation rate of 92% of its kids graduating on time. And that coincides when we really started pushing educational options for our kids, beginning with Governor Bush, right up until our current governor, Ron DeSantis, who got to make this great announcement. We were one of the first states a few years ago to adopt universal school choice. Close to 1 in 8 of our students now attend a public charter school, And more than 450,000 students receive some form of K through 12 scholarship, including the Florida Tax Credit Scholarship. For our children in Florida, school choice has been an invaluable tool for success, no matter their background or means or what zip code they live in. It is these accomplishments in Florida that drive me now as a United States Senator to ensure that all of America's kids can prosper. I've been a proud champion of the Education Freedom Tax Credit, which is now, I'm proud to say, signed into law. And not only do Florida kids have access to all of the options that we've provided to them through state law, they now have access to supplemental resources that was provided through the Education Freedom Tax Credit. And I thank my colleagues and I thank the President for supporting this measure. Now 2 million children across the nation will be able to seek the schooling that best fits their needs. And this is another way that we are empowering parents by supporting educational freedom across the country. And as we wrap up National School Choice Week, we must remember and keep advocating publicly, because there are some states that have the opportunity to opt in and will refuse to do so. And that breaks my heart for so many kids that could benefit from what's available to them through educational choice. We must continue to remind the rest of America about the success we've seen in states that embraced educational alternatives and saw what it means when you place an emphasis on individual school needs and student needs, not zip codes or economic means. Individual needs of students, individual circumstances of students should drive their opportunities for success. And the possibilities are endless. When we do away with that one-size-fits-all approach and empower parents to choose what best fits their individual child. And that is why I am committing to continuing to advocate for school choice, so that all of America's kids see the same opportunities that we've been able to offer to the children of Florida. Thank you so much, Mr. President, and I yield back.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the Senate in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, for many months, the Trump administration has unleashed a campaign of fear across American cities, deploying thousands of immigration agents onto our streets and into our neighborhoods in an effort to terrorize and punish communities. In Chicago, Portland, Los Angeles, and most recently Minneapolis, we have watched mass federal agents in unmarked cars snatch people from the street, destroy private property, and leave others bloodied on the side of the road. We've witnessed an approach to internal immigration enforcement which no president in our history has pursued, that no president would ever have conceived, because of how fundamentally it violates our principles and the rule of law. We've witnessed children separated from their parents, a 5-year-old detained by armed agents in Minnesota, people pulled from their cars, their engines still running. All of us have read reports of people grabbed off the sidewalk and abandoned hours later, miles away. And every step along the way, Donald Trump's immigration troops have escalated tension on our streets, with total disregard for the rule of law, basic safety, and their own accountability. These events would be terrible enough, but even as communities across the country have struggled to pick up the pieces left in their wake, we've been forced to contend with another injustice, an administration that has tried to convince us time and time again that what we have seen with our own eyes is not the truth, that somehow the opposite has taken place, that reports and testimony contradicting the administration's position are simply political propaganda. Over and over again, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and others in the administration have lied to the American people and to Congress about what we are all seeing in plain sight. And now they're lying to justify the murder of Alex Pretti. Right after the shooting of Alex Pretti in the street, Noem went on national television and told us that Alex was brandishing a firearm, quote, impeding the law enforcement officers and attacking them, and that he, quote, acted violently or reacted violently when officers attempted to disarm him. She insisted that, quote, an agent fired defensive shots, and that it appeared that this was, quote, a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and kill law enforcement. Stephen Miller, who works at the White House, called Alex a, quote, domestic terrorist and a, quote, would-be assassin. Vice President J.D. Vance amplified these statements. Gregory Bovino, a senior Border Patrol official who is serving, quote, as commander-at-large, maintained that Alex had intended to, quote, massacre law enforcement agents. At a press conference, Bonino turned the facts completely upside down, insisting that the victims of Saturday's violence were the Border Patrol agents that were there. Bovino, by the way, has served as the face of the administration's operations as they have swept through America's cities. In Chicago, and Charlotte, and New Orleans, and then Minneapolis. The American people deserve to know the truth. And Alex Pretti and his family deserve to have the truth told about him and what he did. Thanks to a number of courageous bystanders at the scene, we know what happened that day. And we know that everything that Noem and Miller and others have said have been lies. The truth is that Alex put himself between federal agents and a woman they were shoving in the street. He had been filming Border Patrol agents detaining someone else on the side of the road when he went to help this woman. The officers responded by pepper spraying him and wrestling him to the ground, where he was quickly surrounded by a group of 7 agents. They struck him repeatedly with the pepper spray canister while he lay in the street. One officer took away his gun, a gun that had remained holstered and that Alex was legally allowed to carry. Then disarmed and incapacitated, they shot him in his back. They shot him at least 10 times within 5 seconds. Alex Pretti was killed by his own government. And then his government immediately began to lie about him and what had happened. He did not attack the agents. He did not threaten them, and at no point did he pull a gun. In the video of that horrific scene, it's clear that an agent disarmed him before any shots were fired. Multiple agents held him to the ground. 3 of them beat him. No reasonable person would have believed he posed any threat to the agents or anyone else at the scene. But the agents still shot him. They shot him 10 times. In the days since his murder, we've learned a lot more about Alex from those who knew him and loved him. Alex was a dedicated ICU nurse at the Veterans Affairs Hospital in Minneapolis. His colleagues described him there as helpful and kind, and that he was uniquely capable of handling things with integrity and with grace. His high school classmates remember him as a role model. They recalled him being a really good friend and a really good man. Alex loved his country, and like many of us, he was deeply concerned about the Trump administration's actions and the devastating effect they are having on our democracy. It is true that he had very strong feelings about the presence of ICE on his city's streets. But the day he was killed, Alex was exercising his First Amendment rights to peacefully protest and document the actions of federal agents as they threatened his community. Alex's parents, Michael and Susan, live in Colorado. They want the world to know the truth about what happened that day and the truth about the kind of son, the kind of person their son really was. They told the world that Alex wanted to make a difference in the world. His patients and colleagues, friends and family testified to the fact that he did. And it is another tragedy that he will no longer be able to continue to do so. But Alex's murder is only the most recent outrage we've been subjected to by a reckless and out-of-control DHS. On January 7th, federal agents shot and killed Renee Good in Minneapolis. Renee was a mother of 3 and a native of Colorado Springs. The next day, federal agents shot and wounded 2 people in Portland. A week later, federal agents shot and wounded another man again in Minneapolis. It's worth remembering that these are just a few of the instances that have occurred in broad daylight and in public spaces where bystanders have been there, Mr. President, to witness these brutal activities firsthand and managed to capture video of what happened. But if this is what's happening out in the open, it's hard to imagine what is happening behind closed doors. Last year, 32 people died in ICE custody. That's the most in over 20 years, Mr. President. Given the total lack of transparency and accountability that we've seen from ICE, we can't be sure what's happened to these people. There have been reports about sexual abuse of detainees. There are disputed facts over deaths that occurred in ICE custody. People in ICE facilities have reportedly been forced to ration food. They often go days or weeks without their prescription medicines, Mr. President, or access to medical care. Overcrowded detention facilities leave the lights on 24/7, and families report extreme violence and intimidation by guards. These stories are consistent from people held in detention across the country, including in the detention facility in Aurora, Colorado. But the administration has lied about all of this. President Trump has claimed that Renee Good was a, quote, professional agitator, that she was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, then violently and willfully and viciously ran over the ICE officer. Noam described Good's efforts to leave the scene peacefully as an act of domestic terrorism. Her department issued a statement saying that, quote, a violent rioter had weaponized her vehicle. In October, Noam and her department lied when she said no U.S. citizens had been arrested, detained, or deported. In November, federal judge Sarah Ellis described Gregory Bovino as evasive, not credible, and declared that he was, quote, outright lying when questioned under oath. A consistent pattern of lies corrodes Americans' faith in our government, which is already stretched dangerously thin. It strikes at the core of our constitutional system, which requires at least some basic level, some basic fidelity to facts in the conduct of our public affairs and our public discourse. When the Secretary of Homeland Security appears on television to insist repeatedly on her preferred version of events, she's not just offering another lie that must be rebutted. She's insisting that there could never be a truth that actually mattered to the American people or to our sense of public safety or to our exercise in self-government. And that is what's at stake here, Mr. President. If we allow this to continue, we risk falling into a degraded version of political debate when there are so many lies and so many contested facts that the American people regard any claim with exhausted cynicism and suspicion. And if we go too far down that path, and we're headed a long way down it right now, the only guaranteed outcome will be greater contempt felt by Americans for their government and for the political process. They will withdraw from public life and the possibility for genuine political disagreement. In other words, a debate over what to do in the face of facts, rather than over the facts themselves. We're unwilling to even have a discussion about it because of our permanent partisan division will be erased. Every one of us has a responsibility at a moment like this. And we know from American history that in some ways, the most significant resistance in moments like this comes from the public itself. It comes from the people of this country. I could see that on the steps and the grounds of the state capitol in Colorado last weekend when thousands of Coloradans were there to rally not just for themselves, but for their fellow citizens in Minnesota and across our country. I think when times are tough, we often have a tendency to think that we're living in uniquely bad times. But I believe that way of thinking almost always does a disservice to the people who have come before us, who took on even tougher battles with longer odds, and who, while they were doing that, and because they were doing that, bequeathed to us their own legacy of resistance and the possibility of change, no matter how hard it seemed. And I think we should look to those battles for inspiration in our time. And it's important for us to tell our kids about those battles, to make sure they understood what those fights actually looked like, and how hopeless at times those fights seemed to the people that were waging them. When I was growing up, and I know this is true for many of my colleagues who are here, the moral character of this country was defined by the civil rights movement, the struggle against segregation and the fight for equality. This fight, this battle, the effort to demolish centuries of legalized discrimination and disenfranchisement never was going to be easy, and many believed that it was nearly impossible. And there were others who believed that it shouldn't have been fought to begin with. And I would say to this day, we have a long, long way to go. The structure of Jim Crow, of the poll tax, of separate and worse schoolrooms and hospital wards and lunch counters had been built up over generations. State laws had established these exclusionary practices. State officials enforced them and state courts upheld them. There was no guarantee that they would ever come crashing down. But they did, because the leaders of the civil rights movement and ordinary citizens in the streets and in America's pulpits, and reporters, journalists sent to report on the demonstrations and the conditions of real life in the South of this country, made it impossible to ignore the facts. It was harder then than it is in our own time just to turn the channel and imagine that alternate reality didn't actually exist. People in that country, with the broadcasters, ABC and CBS and NBC, it was impossible for the public to ignore what was right before their eyes. The success of that generation of brave Americans was achieved because they forced a broad swath of this country, a majority of this country, to finally see what they would have been preferred to be blind to: the reality of segregation and the subordination of their fellow citizens under law. It is a story of moral reckoning and of citizen action. It is a story of street protests and police brutality and political vacillation, but it's also a story of American renewal, of our ability to author our own history, to continue the endless founding and refounding of this country as generations of Americans lay claim to it and shape it. I don't believe that we've lost that ability. I don't believe that we've lost that ambition. I don't believe that people in Colorado and Minnesota and all across this country have given up on the promise offered by America, a promise that can only be given and kept to each other. As Alex Pretti said himself when honoring a veteran who died in his care, today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it. In the end, it's also not enough for there to be just public expressions or disapproval. We actually have to change the laws. Part of our job here as senators is to uphold the ideals that Alex and so many others in Minnesota and across Colorado and across the country believe in and are fighting for. And it's our job here in the Senate to provide a check on an executive who our founders knew was always susceptible to the temptations of unlimited power. That was their concern about a unitary executive, the President of the United States. And this week we have an opportunity to be that check. We have an opportunity to change the law. The Senate, Mr. President, is considering a number of bills to fund the government, including one that provides over $10 billion to the very department that's responsible for the murder of Alex Pretti and the chaos we are seeing in communities across the country. It would be unconscionable for us to pass this bill without amending how ICE or the Border Patrol operate at all. In fact, we should use this as an opportunity to do it. What better opportunity will there be? As written, the Homeland Appropriations bill provides no real accountability, no oversight, no guardrails or transparency. It offers no guarantee at all that what happened to Alex Pretti won't happen again. And that's all the more absurd, Mr. President, because Republicans gave the Department of Homeland Security an additional $190 billion on top of the regular annual appropriations. Think about that. $190 billion additional dollars on top of the annual appropriations last year as part of their big, beautiful bill that they passed on a partisan vote. And this funding, I can assure you, came with no accountability or oversight at all. In the midst of all this, it would be a profound abdication of our responsibility as senators to entertain the idea of providing more funding to the department unless serious reforms are put in place. And I think that these reforms are common sense that you'd want for any law enforcement agency operating in America. But especially when it comes to a federal agency operating in some sense now as the president's internal army. I think the least we could ask is that children are no longer detained or stripped from their families. Who wants to come to this floor and say and debate the opposite of that point? Immigration officers should take off their masks and provide clear identification. There is no doubt in my mind that the minute we get through this fraught political moment in America, there will be a broad consensus. In fact, I think there is one now, that ICE shouldn't be separating children from their families, that law enforcement agents shouldn't be wearing masks, that they should use body cameras consistently with any immigration enforcement activities, and that ICE stays away from sensitive areas like schools and hospitals and places of worship. And consistent with our responsibility, our duty to provide a check, to provide our own oversight, that members of Congress have full access to immigration detention facility. Those are reforms that do not today define the way ICE does its work. They do define the way a lot of our local law enforcement does its work. But I think they reflect a massive consensus in the country about what would fix the challenges that we're facing. It would at least be a basic start in the right direction. In my view, he might disagree, but in my view, President Trump would be doing himself and the country a favor if he removed Kristi Noem from her position and prevented her from doing any more harm to this country and to our communities. And if he removed DHS agents from Minnesota and other cities across our country. And I would say to all of my colleagues here, Republicans and Democrats, that we cannot simply accept a promise of change or action or reform from this administration, which has spent months lying to Congress and the American people with a straight face. There is no world where we can sit back and assume that the president and his team are going to be persuaded to do anything, unless we write it into law. And even then, we have no guarantee, of course, that this administration won't just break the law as soon as it's written. That's been our experience in Colorado, Mr. President. But at least putting this into statute would be a better pathway for holding Noem and Miller and others accountable for the bloodshed and chaos that we're seeing in our streets. After that, I think we could have serious conversations about passing a funding bill. Until then, we can't allow this legislation to go forward. Our children and future generations have a reasonable expectation that their elected officials will do everything in their power to keep them safe and to provide the plain facts as they are. As legislators, it's our responsibility to stand up to an executive branch that is unleashing mayhem in our streets and gunning down American citizens, while insisting that the public should not believe what they have seen and what they have heard, or that it's unpatriotic all of a sudden to disagree with the president's version of events. We've seen this story before. There is nothing new under the sun. We know the dark path this can lead us down. But we've also seen the courage that is demonstrated by the generations of Americans that have come before us that have disagreed in this chamber, that have disagreed with each other, but who ultimately have rejected injustice, and particularly when it was directed from the highest levels of government. One of these people was a hero of mine. It won't surprise anybody here to know that it was Colorado's former governor, Ralph Carr, who spoke out against Japanese internment when most politicians in the West and in this country were staying silent. Addressing a crowd one day on the eastern plains of Colorado, Governor Carr said, quote, "I am talking to all American people, whether their status be white, brown, or black, when I say that if a majority may deprive a minority of its freedom, contrary to the terms of the Constitution today, then you as a minority may be subjected to the same ill will of the majority tomorrow." What happened to Alex Pretti and the lies that followed was an assault on every one of us, on all of our children, on our sense of dignity and our innate understanding of right and wrong. Now is the time for my colleagues to come together and demand that we reassert these principles and demand the return of safety and security and sanity to our government, rather than the chaos and destruction that we have recently seen. It's what all Americans expect, Mr. President, and it is what our country deserves. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
drove Mr. President,
Senator from Utah,
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
without objection.
Mr. President, I've come to the floor today, once again, to raise objections. In fact, deep concerns about something known as congressionally directed spending. But the more colloquial term for what I'm describing is earmarks. And specifically, I want to talk about the inclusion of earmarks, a lot of them, about $5 billion worth in this particular package of bills. The government-directed micromanagement of any large, complex economy never works. And by never, I mean literally never. Never in the history of human beings has this worked, has it ended well, except for a small handful who grow richer and more powerful every time government attempts it. Very often, it's undertaken with an eye toward a populist objective, one that's supposed to elevate the poor. But it, in the end, has quite the opposite effect. A reverse Robin Hood world then develops, one in which those who are already wealthy and already powerful become more so, and everyone else suffers. It's been attempted time after time in this country, in other countries all over the world, in many different eras, and it literally never works. It's like the game Mousetrap. If you ever played Mousetrap as a kid, you know the experience that I'm talking about. In the game of Mousetrap, you'd set up this elaborate system of marbles, and they'd go down a little tunnel and a little ditch, and they would turn a wheel and ring a bell at the end of it. The game never worked. Mousetrap never works. Earmarks never work. Neither does socialism. Neither does the progressive nightmare that we've been living in for a long time, nursing it along, pretending that somehow this time it will turn out differently. It will not. Our former colleague and a dear friend of mine, the late Senator Tom Coburn from Oklahoma, a dedicated fiscal conservative and a fierce, stalwart opponent of earmarks, once said, quote, "Earmarks are the gateway drug to spending addiction." His words were prescient, and they remain as truthful today as ever. Earmarks are by their very nature corrupting of the process, perhaps not in a legally cognizable way, but they are corrupting nonetheless of the process. They allow for special interests to exert greater influence in our politics and steer federal taxpayer dollars to pet projects in individual states or specific congressional districts, often to benefit a particular business enterprise, nonprofit, or someone else. They fund projects that, as worthy or unworthy as they might be, and there's a broad spectrum of earmarked beneficiaries that sort of run, can be found at every point along a continuum of worthy in the abstract or unworthy, but they've got certain things in common. And one of those is that they often shouldn't be funded by government at all. And for those that ought to be funded by government, many of them shouldn't be funded by this government. This government, which is a government of limited enumerated power, something that we fail most of the time to even acknowledge anymore, much less respect. Remember, James Madison described at the dawn of our republic, as our Constitution had been proposed but not yet ratified. And during the ratification debates, he penned so many of the Federalist Papers. And in Federalist 45, he wrote that the powers of the federal government are few and defined, and those reserved to the states are numerous and indefinite. The few and defined powers really are that. Much as we sometimes like to pretend otherwise, we're in charge of just a few basic responsibilities, where we have exclusive domain within our system of government, where our power trumps state and local power. But those areas really are limited. You see, because our founding fathers understood a very simple truth, which is that the risk of corruption grows larger, and the difficulty of overcoming corruption becomes more distant, more remote, more tenuous, the higher the level of government you go. They understood that problems arising in a government are much more difficult to eradicate in a larger, more national government, and that's why they very carefully, almost religiously, reserved most of the power to be exercised at the state and local level. But they carved out exceptions. What are those exceptions? Well, the most notable and obvious among them are national defense, weights and measures, trademarks, copyrights and patents, postal roads, regulating interstate and foreign trade or commerce, and there are a few others, but that's the gist of it. There is no general power in there. There's no power in there, for example, to say, let's make sure we have good schools. Let's make sure everybody's happy. Let's make sure that a good idea gets funded. No, those things don't exist in there. That's a figment of our imagination. For the first 150 years of our republic, when operating under the Constitution, we respected those limits and those boundaries. It started to change during the New Deal era in the 1930s, where Congress and the executive branch and the judicial branch undertook a sort of collusive pattern of behavior to sideline principles that had fostered the development of the greatest civilization the world had ever known, and had ushered in one of the greatest, most prolonged eras of more or less continuous peacetime economic expansion. And they just said, those rules that have worked here in the past that are still the law, were still the law in the 1930s and remain the law today, we're going to set those aside. We're going to make them malleable. We're going to decide that they can mean whatever we want them to mean. But, Mr. President, as Mark Twain is quoted as having said, if you name the tail of a dog a leg, and you ask how many legs does the dog have, what's the answer? Well, it's still 4 legs. The tail of a dog is still a tail. It is not a leg, even if you call it a leg. We've called these things federal powers, many of them since the 1930s, or at least looked the other way, with the Supreme Court also looking the other way since the 1930s, but it doesn't mean that these are appropriate activities for the federal government to engage in. Now, what does this have to do with earmark spending? Everything. Because when we earmark spend, almost every time, not always, but almost every time, is dealing with something that's at the far frontiers of what's even debatably connected to something that is debatably connected to an enumerated federal power. We've steered so far away from where we're supposed to be acting, we've forgotten why we're here. And as is the case when raising kids, especially when they get to be teenagers, you get into trouble when you stop doing the things that you are supposed to be doing. And when you start doing things that you're not supposed to be doing, you forget the things that you are supposed to be doing, and you don't do them very well. We see that today, here, in this bill package, right now, where we're being asked to jettison funding for a department that includes, among other things, the enforcement of our immigration laws and the enforcement of our borders. Something that's been severely compromised in the last few years and that President Trump is working hard to overcome. We're being asked to jettison that portion of the bill and replace it with a 2-week substitute, a 2-week temporary continuing resolution. What does this have to do with earmarks? Everything. Has everything to do with it, because as we're not doing that, we're focusing on a whole bunch of stuff that we have no business doing, no business funding. And the way in which we are funding it is itself corrupting and corrosive of a process. Any process that's designed to maintain fiscal sanity, fiscal responsibility, that's designed to maintain a limited government with limited enumerated powers. We've thrown it all to the wind. The consequences have been disastrous. We're $38.5 trillion in debt. We're adding to that debt at a staggering rate, close to $2 trillion a year, with no end in sight. Now, I can already hear the apologists of earmarks, the earmark brigade, we'll call them, saying, well, earmarks are just a tiny, tiny percentage of overall spending. That's true. They are. The same way that when you look at a locomotive, something that might stretch, I don't know, half mile or a mile, the engine car of the mile-long locomotive is a tiny, tiny piece of the train, but it's what's driving the train. That's what earmarks do. They drive excessive federal spending. They facilitate $2 trillion annual deficits. And they drive us into this awful downward spiral that leads us to a very dark place. Now, at a time like this, when American families around the country are working hard, and the comeback is still just getting started, Congress really does need to remember its role as the steward of tax dollars. And to be a good steward of tax dollars, it's got to recognize some limit around its authority. But it doesn't do that. And earmarks facilitate our further drift away from that standard. We should consider earmark spending in the context of our $38.5 trillion debt, that we're adding to it at a rate of nearly $2 trillion a year. And our debt itself as a percentage of the economy, we have to remember, is at an all-time high. It's not just that the nominal debt, that the number is higher than it's ever been. That's true. We've never had a $38.5 trillion debt. But adjusted by every conceivable metric, whether you look at it in inflation-adjusted dollars, whether you look at it as a percentage of the economy, it's at an all-time high. Now, fortunately, President Trump and many Senate Republicans have worked hard in an effort to root out wasteful spending and decrease the likelihood of a debt crisis, of inflation, or both. I remember the excitement when about a year ago, a little over a year ago, as we were preparing for the new administration and the new Senate Republican majority to kick in and the new House of Representatives to continue under Republican control. There was a lot of enthusiasm over it. With President Trump and Elon Musk kickstarting the DOGE process, you saw every Republican in Congress, and really in both chambers, chomping at the bit to be part of the DOGE movement. It was cool, it was hip, it was happening. It was the energy that this town needed. Everybody was excited about it. Everybody wanted to be part of the DOGE process. And then all of a sudden, they lost interest in it. Within just a few months, it's faded. And that's really, really sad. But you fast forward to now, and there's still a lot of good things that we could and should be doing. In fact, just days ago, President Trump announced his appointment of a new Department of Justice official who will focus specifically on efforts to root out the fraud and abuse of American taxpayer dollars. That's a good thing. It's a natural outgrowth of the DOGE effort. It's a natural outgrowth of President Trump's desire to make America great again. This is an important project, and I hope and expect that it will succeed. Yet, sometimes I think that while we draw near to the concept, to the idea, to the suggestion of being more efficient, being more careful as stewards of the people's hard-earned money, we draw near to these concepts with our lips, but we show through our actions that our hearts are far from it. We've got Democrats who are continuing to push for more spending, more earmarks, and more government. That's not the path to prosperity. As I've said before, earmarks don't just promote reckless spending. They are reckless spending. The process itself, when in the hands of fallible mortal human beings, is itself naturally corrupting. They naturally do lead to and contribute to, but fundamentally are reckless spending. Now, according to the Congressional Research Service, from 1994 to 2011, there was a 282% increase in earmarks in appropriations bills. So, after the very successful red wave election of 2010, the election in which I was first elected to the United States Senate, both the Senate and the House Republican conferences simultaneously adopted earmark bans, correctly recognizing the corrupting nature of earmarks and their growing contribution to an increasingly problematic and unsustainable fiscal picture for the federal government. I remember that moment well. I had just been elected to the Senate. It was November of 2010. I had yet to be sworn in. That wouldn't happen until January of 2011. But I came back here for my new member orientation and was permitted as a newly elected senator-elect to participate in my first Senate Republican conference. And it was in that measure that I supported and advocated aggressively for the earmark ban that we adopted. It was a great move. So successful and so popular, so backed by popular voter demand was this anti-earmark wave that even former President Obama, while occupying the White House at the time, agreed right then. He said, quote, shortly after the November 2010 election, about the same time the Senate Republican Conference, just down the hall from here in the Capitol, adopted this earmark ban, which, mind you, is still in place. He said, quote, I agree with those Republican and Democratic members of Congress who have recently said that in these challenging days, referring to rising deficits and debt levels, that we cannot afford earmarks, close quote. He was absolutely right. And if he was right then, it follows, in fact, it follows a fortiori. It's even more true today that The same words that President Obama uttered then are even more applicable then. If they were applicable then, they are more applicable now, way more applicable. Our national debt is several multiples of what it was then, $38.5 trillion, adding to it at a rate of about $2 trillion a year. Now, in 2019, Senate Republicans made the earmark ban permanent. It had previously been considered temporary, a pause, a moratorium. And we had this decade-long earmark moratorium. During that moratorium, what happened? Did the sky fall? No, it didn't. It didn't fall. Were there dogs and cats living together in the streets? Book of Revelation stuff? Not at all. There was no Armageddon. Were there disastrous political consequences to the Republicans who had spearheaded that earmark ban? No, not at all. Republicans did not suffer massive electoral defeat. In fact, within a few years, we captured the majority again in the United States Senate. So to my Republican colleagues, stop telling yourselves that earmarks are necessary, that they're indispensable, either for electoral success or the survival of the American economy or the survival of your home state's economy. They are not. That simply is not true. That is a lie we tell ourselves. It isn't true. Unfortunately, however, after Democrats took back the White House with House and Senate majorities also under Democratic control in 2021, they brought back the earmark practice. And sadly, many Senate Republicans decided to go along with it at that time. Let's just go along because they're doing it. We might as well not let them have all the fun. So some started to do that. Now, this return in recent years, starting in 2021, to include billions of dollars worth of earmarks in annual spending bills, this is a microcosm of federal waste and Congress's refusal to properly act to stave off a fiscal crisis. This, Mr. President, is the kind of direct attack on the president's economic agenda that goes unnoticed because those who support it often do so quietly, sometimes with a whisper or a whimper. Mr. President, I will not go quietly, nor should I, nor should any of us, when we consider what we do to our children and our grandchildren, whether they're born or unborn, whether their parents are alive yet or not. Our posterity will suffer from the consequences of these. But it's not just that, Mr. President. It's those of us who are alive today, those of us who are working hard just to provide for our families today who suffer because when we spend too much money, everything costs more money. As Milton Friedman used to say, the true rate of taxation has to be measured not just by the top marginal tax rate. You have to look at the rate of government spending as a percentage of the economy because one way or another that piper's got to be paid. One way or another it comes out in the wash. One way or another the people will pay for it. They pay for it in terms of higher prices on everything they buy, every good, every service. And tragically, Mr. President, it is not the wealthy who bear this burden disproportionately. It's hardworking Americans, poor and middle-class Americans, those who work hard, pay their bills, pay their taxes, and find that every dollar they earn buys a little bit less. We've seen more of that in the last few years than we have in a very long time. The government agencies, for their part, very often will try to hide the true impact of this, but they can't hide it for too long. They can conceal it, they can obscure it a little bit, but the American people know. They know what's happening. This is catching up to us. Are earmarks the whole problem? No. Are they a small percentage of overall federal spending? Yes, they are. Is discretionary spending much smaller than all mandatory spending? Yes. But this is all part of the same problem. And again, it's earmark spending that drives the train. It's earmark spending that very often distracts us away from the things we're supposed to be doing and takes us down a direction of areas where the federal government probably shouldn't be acting in any event. So let me ask this question. How, Mr. President, are voters to trust Republicans in Congress to get spending in order and reduce our national budget deficits and eventually our debt if we don't have the discipline as a conference to cut even a few $1 billion in pork barrel spending? How can we as Republicans in Congress, in the House or in the Senate, rightfully cancel wasteful foreign aid and subsidies to left-wing public radio, but then simultaneously offset those things by greenlighting the enactment of several $billion worth of wasteful earmarks? Now, I'll concede here. Everybody's got a different definition of what's wasteful, what's good, what's bad. I'll concede that a number of these probably go to worthy beneficiaries, or at least good people intending, wanting to do good things for the American people. It doesn't mean that it's our money to spend. It doesn't mean that it's the appropriate role of the federal government to do that. It doesn't mean it's appropriate for any government to do that. And it doesn't mean that this process, the way we do it here, isn't terribly corrupting, with a tendency to drive up overall federal spending. To quote President Trump, for years, quote, "The radical left Democrats exploited the green energy scam as an excuse to funnel many billions of dollars into their own massive slush funds and drastically drove up prices," close quote. That's what happens. That's what they do. Well, through certain earmarks, they quietly do the same, diverting the tax dollars of the American people to the kinds of projects that should never receive taxpayer money. In total, the cost of earmarks this time around is around $5.2 billion. Yes, it's a small percentage of overall federal spending. Yes, it's a small percentage even of the federal spending in this particular package. But it's what's driving the train. And it's emblematic of the kind of problem that creates the much larger problem. While we're focused obsessively on doing these, we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. Speaking of emblematic, as we remove funding for the Department of Homeland Security, one of the few departments that's pretty easy to fit within the enumerated powers of the federal government. Well, why? Well, because the federal government's in charge of immigration laws, borders, the enforcement of those laws, governing immigration and nationality, that sort of thing. And yet that's what gets pulled out. We leave in there all the stuff that's tangentially related, at best, to enumerated federal powers under the Constitution. Now, in total, yeah, it's a small percentage, but it's what's driving the train. Earmarks aside, perhaps the biggest problem with spending bills, with these spending bills, this package of spending bills that we'll soon be considering, is that they simply spend too much money. Much of this stems from the fact that discretionary outlays spiked during COVID, and they never came back down to pre-COVID levels. In fact, total discretionary spending from FY 2020 through FY 2024 was $1 trillion higher than the Congressional Budget Office had projected it to be over that time frame when they issued their 2019 budget baseline projections. That's the discretionary side. Meanwhile, the mandatory side also exploded, so it got a lot worse. A lot of people are fond of saying, well, it's not discretionary spending, it's mandatory spending, but they both went way, way up. It's time to stop talking a big game about fiscal responsibility and to show voters that we measure up to the task. We cannot simply relent when Democrats want to tie the hands of this administration and saddle the American people with unsustainable debt. So the question I pose to my colleagues who are okay with earmarks in their spending bills is this: why are Senate Republicans supporting the effort to ignore our conference's still active, still intact earmark ban to partner with Democrats and reverse course on President Trump? Don't believe me? Well, this bill, as presently constituted, does, among many, many other things, the following. It funds hospitals and healthcare clinics that provide puberty blockers to children and perform abortions. It does that. It sends money to a dance festival. Now, this dance festival may be lovely. I'm not really personally into dance festivals. Maybe some are. Those who like them, I hope they enjoy them. Dance festivals, I'm sure, can be a great thing. Doesn't mean that the federal government should be funding it, or any government. I don't know why it's the job of any government that collects money from people, loosely speaking, at the point of a gun, because if you don't pay your taxes, eventually people with guns will come and issue a fine or haul you off if you refuse to pay. But we're funding it anyway. It provides for $1 million renovations at both the Metropolitan Museum of Art and the Metropolitan Opera in New York City. Let's think about that for a minute. It's one of the wealthiest cities, not only in America, but in the world. And let's take the opera, for example. The opera, great thing. I love the arts. It's fantastic. This is not exactly an everyman hobby. Now, I'm sure there are exceptions, but this is, it's got a well-earned reputation for being something that's favored by the elite, by very wealthy individuals in one of America's wealthiest cities. So why are we sending them $1 million? Metropolitan Opera, last time I checked, has an endowment with, worth about $255 million. It's got multiple employees earning in excess of $1 million a year. I believe it's got real estate assets valued at around $500 million. And yet, hardworking Americans in Peoria, Illinois, and Orem, Utah, all over the country, people who probably don't visit New York very often, if ever, who may not be into the opera, they're all being asked to subsidize that, to pay $1 million for elevator renovations, not only at the Metropolitan Opera, but also at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Why? Why is that our role? But not only why is it our role, why is it the responsibility of a plumber from Montana who's just trying to feed his family, who's probably never going to attend that opera or the Metropolitan Museum of Art? Why are you sticking that person with the bill? The spending package also allocates dollars for nonprofits, specifically nonprofits providing aid and counseling and legal services to illegal aliens, to individuals whose sole uniting characteristic is that they are here inside the United States unlawfully. Why are we doing that when it's counter to what we're supposed to be doing, which is to discourage illegal immigration and to make possible bringing to justice those who break the laws? Something that, oh yeah, we're removing that part of the bill that would even do that because we're too busy making sure that we're funding the hobbies of the ultra-wealthy in one of America's wealthiest cities that most Americans will never visit. This is reverse Robin Hood at its worst. This, Mr. President, is taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich, and it's wrong. The bill also contains earmarks funding a nonprofit organization called NICE. Now, don't let the name fool you. NICE is not so nice. NICE is the new immigrant community empowerment to assist illegal aliens in getting jobs, jobs that ought to go to American citizens, or at least individuals who, if not citizens, are inside the United States legally and legally authorized to work in the United States of America. Mr. President, the federal government, through taxpayers, should not be funding hospitals that give puberty blockers to children, or nonprofit museums, or left-wing labor activist organizations, or left-wing physicians activist organizations, or groups providing legal aid or subsidized housing specifically to illegal aliens. It shouldn't do that. Shouldn't do that ever, regardless of who's in charge, especially at a time when the House of Representatives is under Republican control, when the Senate is under Republican control, and the White House is occupied by a Republican president. Shouldn't do it ever, but especially not when Republicans are in charge of all three levers of the two political branches, the legislative and executive. Senate Republicans especially should not be facilitating this abuse of power and of the hard-earned money of the American people, many of whom work months out of every year just to pay their federal taxes, only to find that every dollar they have left buys less because we're spending too much money. Well, we shouldn't be facilitating this abuse of power and violating pledges that President Trump and that we ourselves as Senate Republicans have made on the campaign trail to root out and end wasteful, woke spending across the federal government. Even in a Republican-controlled Congress, Democrats are still able to effectuate and fund a radical agenda that the American people opposed when they elected us to this majority, and that we promised we wouldn't perpetuate. And yet, here we are. It's tragic. Congress, Mr. President, does not need to and should not use earmarks as sweeteners, for lack of a better word, to make the appropriations process work. We cannot continue appropriations bills that perpetuate excess spending, especially when those same things are pushing policies that inevitably, invariably, deliberately hobble the efforts of this administration. This is like putting a humidifier and a dehumidifier in the same room and just letting them fight it out when you promised only the dehumidifier would be there. And at a minimum, we should build on the successful rescissions bill initiated through the DOJ process and carried forward throughout last year on the successful rescissions bill by exerting some basic fiscal discipline to enforce our conference rules and put an end to earmarks. Or rather than just put an end to it, resume the end that we put in place 15 years ago. Heal the breach that's now been there for about 5 years and honor what is still our conference position. Only then will we be able, I believe, to tackle the self-inflicted economic wounds that cloud the bright skies of opportunity before us. Now, as President Trump said in his end-of-year speech just a few weeks ago, quote, "We're poised for an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen," close quote. I believe him. And he's doing a lot of things that are helping us get there. The least we can do is not undercut him. And to achieve that potential, we, Congress, we, the Senate, and we, the Senate Republican Conference, in the majority, must act. Earmarks aren't the way. They're the wrong way. Earmarks aren't the solution. They're the problem. We need to end them. In connection with this package of bills, I've put forward an amendment to strip them from this bill, and I humbly, but with all the conviction I'm capable of communicating, implore my colleagues to support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the in-block consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk. SRS 592, SRS 593, and SRS 594.
There's objection to proceeding on block.
Without objection.
Without objection.
The Senate will proceed on block.
The Senate will proceed on block.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table all in block.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 11 a.m. on Friday, January the 30th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume the motion to proceed to calendar number 302, H.R. 7148.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned till 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.